Hey, what's up, everybody? I think it's okay. Hey, Synesthesia, what's up? What's up, JD? What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the channel. My name's Alckemy. We are going to be getting down on some sound design and just kind of messing around in the DAW today. I don't know what I want to do. I want to make music, but at the same time, I think I also want to take a break just from how much content I've been putting out as of late. We might do some hardware stuff. Not really sure. If anybody has any production questions about anything, you're more than welcome to ask. I don't know why I'm up this early. I don't know why I am even streaming this early, but we're here and we're going to have some fun. Before we do anything else, we need to get through these quick play spells, to which I forgot to fix that. But what you can do is you can join the Discord. Let me see if I can get that to pull up in chat. For some reason, it hasn't been working lately with my little Discord link. 5:45 here in the UK. Yeah, I mean, I think most people pop in or most people from across seas are in bed by the time that I'm usually streaming, or maybe it's like super early morning. But yeah, it's hard, man. Like, I know that I've got a lot of people that come in here overseas, which thank you all for coming in to kick it. But yeah, it's hard finding like a central time of when to go live, because my audience is like, y'all over here, people over here. Yeah, I feel you. I just, yeah, it's tough. Also, I have an extremely chaotic sleep schedule. Can't help it. So yeah, let's go ahead and get through these quick play spells. I'm going to play these and then just, give a comment off of that. It doesn't look like the Discord is working, but you can try the one in the description. But these are 15-second demo submissions that people just relay on me that I play at the beginning of every stream. And it's cool because it gives you a chance to showcase some of your work. How do you feel about using macOS Tahoe for the launch? Took the launch pad away. I don't know why they did that either. I don't really like it, but as far as stability, it's been okay. I haven't had too many issues with it. I do believe that I'm on Tahoe, I think. I don't like the I don't like whatever this is, though. This is stupid. Yeah, it's just a way to give back to the community, and I like doing that because it just gives people an opportunity to showcase their work. Because, like, dude, there's some fucking crazy producers in my Discord. Like Mozo's fucking cracked. Let's go ahead and play these, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. Now keep in mind, this is just a sketch, but I think that they posted something. Was it this one? This shit was sick. It reminds me of okay, but yeah, like Zaku's in here. People from Saturate Records are in here, and sometimes they post. Grim Tech. Michael is, I always give Michael shit because he just, it's annoying how good he is. But yeah, tons of people that are really good. Yeah, it pissed me off too, bro. I really, I really, I don't know. I will say, like, I don't want to start off the stream this way, but anytime somebody attacks a minority group, I'm usually pretty adamant about trying to shut that shit down. Um, and especially as being a fucking white male in America, like, you kind of have to, because otherwise you just kind of further tell people that it's okay, and it's really not. Like, I have my own set of morals, but part of the reason why I'm with my partner Corey is because she's a therapist, and we have a lot of conversations about this kind of stuff, or with whatever. Somebody the other day said, like, the LGBTQ thing is not going to be a thing anymore, and like it's over and whatever, and like I had to respond to that, because like that shit's just not okay to talk about. um and I, yeah, I really want to have a discussion about that at some point. I just don't know if now is the right time. But overall, I am not the kind of person to be passive about shit. If unless if like I have no business being involved within it. But if you're on my channel and you say some shit like that, like, you should be expecting clapback. Actually, if you're really fucking mean to me anyways, you should expect me to talk shit to you, because like that's one of the consequences of being on the internet, right? Is anybody can say anything and just be like hateful. And so I just encourage people to be a better person and to be nice to each other, man. Like, we got way too much shit going on these days anyways. But I agree, that's not okay. Um it's it's the other thing too is like I wish that I wish I would have said was yeah, I think that I wish that I would have said something a little bit different, which is neither here nor there. But at the same time, it's like, fuck, man, some people are fucking assholes. That's out of my control though. So left field stuff, nothing like this bad. I want to incorporate these crazy sounds in my deep progressive house stuff. I mean, it scales, right? Like, you should be able to check out my channel and have stuff that's like on the deep end, but there's also stuff that's very rudimentary. Um, but yeah, I did want to respond to that comment, because I think it's important to acknowledge that. And by the way, Nate's not saying the comment that I made. Somebody else posted a comment on my video, um, or I don't know, or yeah, it just yeah. The idea of to be a producer, you have to be on the spectrum. Is smooth brain think. Oh, that's between you two. I think I think that was meant to be more of a joke on that front. Um, but I was more so pissed off with the initial comment of the 20 minutes to justify autism. Um, to which, if you all want to handle that, I feel a little less upset about the Ambrosia comment, because it's. I think that it was more so of a means of hey, we're all a little bit like. I think that it was trying to be a cheeky way of saying we're all a little bit different, you know? I personally don't like when people also say that about themselves, like, "Oh, my autism is showing," or something like that. But that hits a little bit different, because calling yourself or calling us all autistic is a very different thing than saying you're autistic, because a derogatory term like that reflects somebody's being it's synonymous with you're stupid. And anybody that knows a thing about autism knows that we call it neurodiversity for a reason. No, no, no. I'm talking about people that say that when they're not autistic. You know what I mean? Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. But it's like I support neurodiversity and it needs to be recognized as that. And I'm pretty sure that's where Ambrosia was coming from. Um, because that's how it read to me. The initial comment I was not okay with. If you call someone autistic as a replacement for being stupid, that's wrong. Yeah, I personally read it that way, but if you all want to, I hold on. I wanted to address that as far as what my opinion is on it and whatever. But if there's still something that needs to be hashed out, you guys can do that somewhere else. Um, that's my sentiment toward it. Let's go ahead and play. By the way, Fudge, cool track. Sorry. Let's go ahead and play Michael's. Yeah, it's all right. I'm only gonna say this one more time, Michael, because you're still on the right track. But the thing about this is that your basses and stuff and a lot of your sounds are still overlapping to where it's pulling away from the groove that you're creating. So if you can figure out a way to find a better relationship between playing staccato notes, sorry, sustained notes with staccato notes, because if you went like bump, then like the groove that it sounds like you're going for will hit so much harder. Because I think that's what you're going for, and if you're totally happy with it, no sweat. But that's my personal opinion on the matter. Cyanide, by the way, also really good. Yeah, that was cool. I could definitely see that going beyond just the project idea. That's it. I like this. Um, you ever like watch anime and people are having a conversation and like something funny or something comical is happening? That's what this reminds me of. Um, I don't know, like some anime kids or whatever are having a hopeful discussion about, I don't know, saving the day or some shit. That's the vibe that I get from that. Cool. If you want to submit quick play spells, yeah. Um. Oh, hold on one second. My partner's calling. Hello. Sorry, I usually don't answer the phone while I'm working unless if it's something serious. Um, Thankfully it wasn't, but yeah, wait, there we go. Everything's fine. I just she usually only calls me if she needs something. Well, only calls me while I'm working if she needs something, but she didn't know that I was streaming, so yeah. All right. So, what I want to do is I watched an interesting video the other day, and it was from Odd Profit. Shout out to him. He makes some really cool stuff, and I thought that I would try my hand at um, making some kind of blasty basses with the same tools, but in my own version. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna send a sine wave into some white noise. I don't know why I did that. necessarily, but we are going to do something in the spirit of that. And so what I want to do here is we are going to have a parallel chain. We're going to send that into a third chain. We are going to put a convolution reverb on here. I'm going to grab the fattest snare that I can find. Saw your section in Weaver's video. It was cool. Of course, Tequila made it in there. Yeah, I'm actually really happy that he included that. I left a comment on that as well, that I really appreciated that he did that. Well, what had it? Well, you were there, right? He had come in and was like, "Hey, you know, do you have any like zebra sounds or whatever?" And I was like, "Yeah, let me just pull the thing up." Yeah, so I thought that it would be cool to just do that. Okay, what the fuck? This is a problem with Bitwig. Well, not a problem, but just an annoyance that whenever you fucking do this, bruh, why is this disappearing? Is this because of a beta thing? This usually doesn't do that. I should just be able to, oh my god. Okay, let me see if this works. Oh my god, this thing keeps closing. Okay, that's annoying. So what I'll do then is we'll open this up and I will just fucking load one. User. Add location. One thing that does bother me about Faceplant is that it is so slow browser-wise. Pulling stuff up, and it could just be that I've got so much shit in here, but yeah, it takes forever for it to load and for it to search for a preset. And I think that they're addressing it in the version 3, but man, sometimes it just takes forever, dude. Okay, we've got Insidium here. Let's grab some snares. Let's see what this does. Having a preview button would be nice, but I suppose that we can just cycle through this as well. So I'm going to start with this being pretty low. And what I'm going to do with this is just create a shape out of this. And we'll do this. And then that's at 10%. So we really are just going to pull it up to 20 and then turn this off. There we go. Solution you're looking for, an instant. Bruh, come on. Oh yeah, okay, that's it. So really, okay, well that was easy. All right, so this is the general approach to that, which really wasn't too bad. Something that we can do, maybe over the entire sound, is start to apply some other effects to it. So for example, if we were to create like a thing like this, like a custom comb or whatever, then we might be able to add a little bit of resonant flare, maybe is what I'm looking for here. And this isn't going to be so much as a valve filter as it would be a just a straight up comb. However, the thing with this is that I would like this to have a little bit more noise pushing up into this. Yeah, kind of like that. Dope. So what if we sent this into a multipass and then what am I doing? Hey, what's up, dude? Good morning. We need to be careful off of this. Actually, it's okay. Oh, there's no mix on it, so maybe we do need to be careful with this. Yeah. Yo, what's up, ISO? So something that's really interesting about this is that there's a relationship between the intermodular distortion of pushing the low end into the high end, which creates the tension, right, of it fighting itself with the sound. It's literally competing for the speaker space. So if we were to just drive this now, then it's a bit much, but I think what we want to do is send a smaller amount into this because the sub has too much sustain and it's also still going through the sample. But as you can hear, like it's that's pretty cool. Now, I wonder if we were to I'm going to turn off the noise for now because I'm going to introduce the harmonic series into this. Turn this off. Yeah, so something like this, whenever you have a harmonic series and you have distortion being sent into it, whenever they're both being pushed into a saturator or whatever, they create these really cool overtones that does that. So now my only thing is what happened to the filter. Okay, I was like, what? Now what I would like to do with this is move the tail off of it so it cuts off a little bit faster. That way it's a little bit easier to control. Okay, so that didn't work. So what we'd have to go for instead is a gate. Yeah. Now, some other stuff that we could do is we can pull out some of the lows, which are some of the mids, which I believe is a thing that Odd Prophet did. We can pull up some of the highs. And I just want to listen to this a little bit and bust out the iridium. This iridium. I don't know if y'all even saw that or not. Oh, also, I got a pull-up bar. Now, this is pretty close, but I do want this to be, if you split the sub and the noise harmonic series and make an 808 out of the sub, or also has a tail or a pitch drop. Well, that's what I did with Snap Heap. So this is separate, then this is just doing its own thing, and then this has its own space. But what I'm trying to get is I want this to be a little bit more crunched. Yeah, see, that's really interesting to me. So yeah, I mean, some other stuff that you could do is you could apply FN to this as well, which we might want to do like a longer thing. Although I need to be able to like hear this other shit. Oh, why is that rotate? Oops. So something like that could be useful. Holy fuck. Yeah. I saw an Odd Profit video where I think he put an LFO modulation and a low pass on the noise, so it kind of had a fluttery sound. I really like that. Gotta go pull that patch up. I mean, there's so many ways to do that, which I would say, like, rather than tell me to do it, take inspiration from the patch and then you go try it. But for all context and purposes, if you wanted to make that happen, then one thing you can do is turn this up this way instead, like this. And like, this is a white noise trick that I do all the time, but oops, not that one. You can make it flutter like this. Which, this is actually a different sound now and didn't do what I had intended. But you could set up a crazy ass modulation on this that started like this. No, we need to do an LFO. So you can do it like this without this being here. And what this would do is this would turn off the snap heap rack. And so over time, it will start with the convolution. But then what this can do is it will activate an LFO on here like this. Oops. To open this up and flutter over time. And so what's going to happen is you're going to have the metallic sound over it. But then this is going to flutter after the fact. Chat like the streamer, also put reverb on your basis. Thanks, dude. Could also AM the noise by sub for more crunch. I was just going to try to blast it with distortion, but so this is what I'm talking about, because you go whoomp. So you can absolutely do that. Although what I'd probably also do is remove this as well, because I think that's also creating resonances. So what's the genre that I produce? I make halftime. I also make like, I'm a neuro producer. I also make like all things hip hop or whatever. Okay, so what we can also do is have an offset with this and have this move up. So that way the white noise is going to play, or the white noise is going to clear up after the phrase happens. So, hey, Arl, what's up? Good morning. Now we need to set a delay on this because it's happening too fast or it's pulling away from the bass. So that would be one consideration that you can do. You can apply a macro to this as well, based off of how much you want this to come in. So we can turn that off. Now, I'm curious though. What if we actually see you this morning? A rare appearance. I'm wondering the same thing. I only got like 3 hours of sleep, so yeah, fucking cooked, bro. So if you wanted to do all that shit, that's yeah. Oh, it's fine. It's my thing. Um, yeah, I just wanted to recreate this and see what this would look like. 3 hours feels like lobotomy. No, I'm fine, guys. Really, I'm fine. I went to bed at like 8 a.m. So I got home at 11 last night, and then I fell asleep with Corey. Sorry, I got home at like 10:40. I fell asleep with Corey until like 1. I was up from 1 to 5, or yeah, 1 to 5. Then I fell asleep and woke up at 6. And then I've just been up and I'm like, fuck, I need to try to reset my sleep schedule anyway. So 3 hours is crazy. I slept for 9 and feel like shit. Fuck, man, I'm sorry. I'm dude, honestly, like I'm the same way though. It's like it doesn't even matter how much sleep I get. I wake up and I'm like, fuck, my body. Um, it's probably because the way I sit and the fucking abuse that I do to my body with, flipping and punching and shit. But what can you say? So, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to turn this off for now because as cool as this is, it's not servicing the like it's crunchy, but it doesn't have the blast that I'm wanting it to. And so I'm going to try to implement this a little bit more. And part of what made a big difference with what I was watching, from what I remember, I skimmed over it, but the overdrive in Serum has stacks on top of it, right? Yeah, I sleep pretty lightly as well. And so it's interesting to look at because the initial stacks of that distortion, of that whatever curve that is creates that character of the sound. And if you're using something like Shaper Table or Saturator or something, like I'm not sure if I need to do it in stages or um if there's something else to it, but it's kind of interesting just to experiment. And I don't really care if I get there or not. It's more of, okay, what is doing what, you know? I think the general gist of this though, of just having a separate reverb chain and then just blasting it through the convolution is totally serviceable for making these kinds of sounds. Yeah, there you go. Like there's your crunch. And I suppose if you wanted to create something that was like a little bit more like a transient, then you can just add an envelope to this and maybe do like 20. Yo, thank you for the follow. I didn't see it because my alerts and stuff haven't been working, but I heard them. Heard my alerts. All right, that's a little bit too slow. And for me, I might actually just use an LFO and make it even faster. So let me turn this stuff off. Pew pew. So what I think needs to happen on this is it needs to not be on this harmonic because that's actually like stealing the thunder of this. No, it needs to be on the pitch. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Just for shits and giggles, what happens if sound doesn't suit the early morning at all? We can do some pretty stuff here in a bit, but this is just a video that I watched earlier and I wanted to try it out. Or like make my own version of it, I suppose. What happens if we do this? Let me put this over here. And let me do this because I don't know how this is going to react. Okay, we're okay. I just wasn't sure. I looked at it. I thought it was okay. It looks like it only really produces a very specific kind of sound, but it feels like a cool like antithesis of Um, in some cases, phase plant, and a lot of like powerful tools in one direction, but not as many different components as something like phase plant. But also the price seems a little bit steep. I would love to play with it, but I don't think that I'd buy it. Maybe let's try some other ones. Let's try bass face. No, I think this is still beta 8 to be maybe beta 9. Yeah, I mean creating this amount of distortion and stuff through that is pretty not super crazy. I suppose if we just like did the OTT thing on the end and then like clipped it, it'd be like exactly what we want it to be, but um I wanted to solve my own version of how does this bass structure work, if that makes sense. But I mean, yeah, that I don't know. This is pretty close, right? I imagine a lot of people ask me or a lot of people ask me how to make a space laces bass, and I wouldn't. I've shown people how to make tear out stuff with just or tear out sounds with just like a percussion thing, but I haven't necessarily gone this route of trying to make this kind of thing. My name is Ian, but I'm not Space Laces, and nor am I trying to be. But I thought that was fun to just give some experimentation to. We probably I don't mind taking a stab at the Iridium core maybe a little bit later, but for now I kind of just want to stick in the DAW because I don't want to do my setup right now. Um, but yeah, I've got a lot of you here today. Thank you so much for showing up. Who's got production questions? Who's got sound design questions? There's an asterisk in that. Um, I'm sure that some of you are going to be like, how do I make this sound from this person in this song? Let's try to avoid that. If you have any general sound design questions, I'm up for answering that. Just to clarify. Yeah. I'm a little bit paranoid that these zebra cultists are hanging out in my stream too. No, I'm just kidding. I don't care. Although I do think that it's pretty funny. Some of the stuff I got in there. Fuck off. How do I make a space laces bass? What do I think about vocoders on space? Jesus Christ, dude, on bass synth sound design. How to make an Alchemy bass? We'll go over that next. I think it depends on what you're going for, right? Because like vocoders are a very versatile tool. Like you can use them as noise, you can use them as the carrier and modulator. You can also use them to make color bases. But do you have like more of a specific question about what you mean about that, or like where's the context coming from? And everyone, please forgive me if I'm really stuttering on words and not very coherent. My brain is working faster than my mouth today. Comprehensive Guide to Neurobase 7. I think Comprehensive Guide to Neurobase 7 is fucking use it. Like make bases and make tracks with it. That's Comprehensive Guide to Neurobase 7. You know what I mean? It's like I do feel like Neurobase is solved, you know. You sound great. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. First, you need to got yourself some laces from outer spaces, consulting the spirit of the sun Ra on how to get there. Fuck, I'm cooked, man. Shit, that's not happening today. I like drum and bass more than dubstep, by the way. Well, same. I'm not too familiar with bass music lore since I'm still fresh, 2 years into music making. What is the craze around Space Laces release? Well, I mean, he's very prolific in the sound profile that he provides. Um, and he's very diverse with the sound variety that he does. But I think that he really made a lot of the, you know, crazy sounds as what I just did in a musical context just happen and come together. Don't summoning of Ra to make the laser rain. Going to Google space laces person. Damn words. That was a lot of words. All right, hold on. I'm holding space for the vocoder. God damn it! I'm holding a place for the vocoder question. I'm waiting for you to respond, Prometeo. Now, with that, when it comes into an Alckemy base, I've got a few. And I would probably say the most, like, if you had to put a stamp on it, I would say, like, this is my favorite one that I've made. The Archfiend. This is a sound that I've been chasing for years. And maybe it's not even my bass. I've made it into my bass, but I've been chasing this sound for years, man. Just those kinds of sounds. That's more of my shit. You know, the roaring vocal Reeses and all of that. The chugs. That's more of my type of sound design. Doug Techno's favorite genre, almost any genre in the electronic music field. I remember a lot of tuts a decade ago using FL vocoders on neurobases. It was a trend, I think. They made cool stuff. Okay, so in that context, when it comes into neurobases, it's not about, do I have more classical tracks but with smooth jazzy sounds? Well, I've got like hip hop stuff that are very like easy to listen to if that's what you're asking. I also have a few tracks that are just strictly piano from almost a decade ago, but I don't really do that so much more these days. It was more of like my learning journey. I have no questions, but I want to share that I've been doing a lot of feedback, self-referencing, envelope follower type stuff, and been getting insane results. Yeah, I mean, if you want to get extremely distorted sounds, high amounts of feedback is the way to do it. Is a really good way to do it, not necessarily the way. So, in regards to vocoders, the point of that I was trying to make with it is that it was designed, or it was being used in the context of creating formants. And so it's a very fast and accessible way to create really cool formant sounding things in order to do that. But what happened was a lot of YouTubers during that time didn't really understand like the nuance of the vocoder. And so it kind of took a direction of the neuro shit sounding really generic. But when it comes into like the actual vocal, like roaring sounds and all that, you absolutely can use a vocoder, but you have to be careful with it because it's very easy to overdo, especially if you're using Ableton's vocoder. Anyone has some some kilohertz info visual utility plugins they showcased a while ago, spectrograms, oscilloscopes, stuff like that. I love those for better monitoring inside patches. Are you saying, does anybody know about the stuff that they're working on? Kilofarts. I'm sorry. That was not intentional. Yeah, dude, Kilohearts knows I fucking adore them. They're like the best music company ever. They almost hate money. They don't, but you get what I mean. They're really good to their people, myself included. They've been great to me. I love writing that line between stability and chaos with feedback. Pure noisy stuff lacks context and gets boring quick. IMO. Yeah, it can, but well, you said it yourself with the idea about nuance, right? Because obviously if you push it too much, it gets, yeah, Anders is great. Stu is my guy. I met those guys at NAMM too. Really awesome people. So, sorry, in regards to what I was discussing from before, when you have feedback stuff, for one, you need to be really careful because it's dangerous. But two, if you're starting to get a really strong signal, then you need to set it through another set of effects chains in order to disperse it or to offset it. Disperse probably isn't the right word because people are going to think about the effect, but you find another way to break it down. And so the crazy thing about doing sound design in this way is that the chain almost never ends. Because it's about writing the chaos and then controlling it and then writing it and then controlling it and pushing it to its limits and then changing stuff in between the effect rack to get sounds that were unpredictable or, you know, not necessarily conventional, I would say. Yeah, Alchemy base. So, I mean, this is what we do on every stream, but I have two. That was my first profile one. The second one that I do a lot of is like the really heavy square waves. Like the I think that it's Chimera. Is it this one? Let me see. Yeah, like this kind of shit. Yeah, that kind of stuff. I really like that one too. This one, I tried to model after Possession from Ivy Lab and Noisia. I got actually pretty close. Yeah, that one's sick. So, have you tried the analog obsession on Air Windows VSTs? I have not. I really only stick with a handful of plugins these days just because I don't want to say I've solved my sound design problems, but I'm pretty close. So yeah, design. Something like this, let's say. Shaper table, just distort the fuck out of it. Tripping balls at Ivy Lab is a treat. I wouldn't know. Not the type of guy to trip balls. I played around with feedback loops and Reaper. It wasn't that easy to control. Chris from Air Windows. Yeah, I hear that his stuff, even though it doesn't really have an interface, is supposed to be really cool. But so yeah, you pretty much run into two instances when it comes into my versions of Neurobase. You either run into something that looks like this, and you have like a, let's just do like an LFO or something. That's way too far. As you can tell, you can hear where that's going. 2 weeks, no za, feeling articulate and shit. Huh? What? Bro. Help. Oh, okay. Got it. Nice one, Silky. You can do it. The Zaza. Oh my god. I'm fucking cooked, you guys. Yeah. So anyway, something like this. We can do a ring mod. Thank you, gang. Thanks, gang. Gratitude, gang. So we'll create some white noise on the top. The saturator will just give it some character. Then we can have a separate LFO for something like this. Make that open up. And just control the top end of this, because what I've realized is that whenever, like, this is the most crucial part of the sound, because it's really what helps everything link together with it sounding like a formant. But when you have too much resonance on the top end, you have this that like squishy sound, and you usually want to avoid that. But you see how this is kind of gentle? And so now when you go into this and you start to further elaborate on it, for example, I don't really need to do much to this, to be honest. I don't want to overcook it, but we could do a comb filter for one. So something like this. Set this to a really slow rate. You can do another filter here. Sorry, we need another LFO. Just something kind of mid. Pull this after the comb filter. We do like a phaser. Pull this down, turn this like 4 poles, add a saturator. Add another filter. The fucking leaf blowers are outside. I'm gonna murder them. And then just maybe like another general like format EQ or something. Usually this will get you something interesting. What I usually try to do whenever I'm making this, because like right now I'm just low-key like speedrunning it, but when I'm taking my time with this, I'll actually listen to the formants that I'm pulling up on this. Okay, that actually doesn't sound too bad. So now if we have this moving in opposition or something like this. Yeah, so we're starting to get that movement and it sounds okay. We're going to send this through an OTT here, and I actually, like, this is a newer thing for me, utilizing this OTT that I've made. I say new, I've been doing it for a few months, but, like, there's such a... I've realized how important this is, not just for making the highs sound good, but for evening the sound out, because if you have too much sub, then it tends to like fuck up the mids. And really the key highlight of the entire sound is right here from 321 to 1K, because that's where all of the formants are. May I ask what exactly the Faturator adds for you? It's a pedal, it's a fuzz pedal, long story short. So you hear this. This, a lot of times, this third harmonic is what that usually is like something that really muddies the entire signal. So if you do it this way, where you're kind of being very, I don't want to say surgical, but you're looking more to remove stuff than add it. Like maybe a little bit more high end. You see how much more clear the talking is now? And so now, if you were to push that through a saturator again, we can actually make this a lot louder. And so we can get stuff like... Now, I don't know if you can hear it or not, but because there's no pulsing in this, because the notch filter is actually cutting into it. So we need to move this to where when we play a higher pitch, we're still going to hear the pulsing. It's a little bit better, but there's still that floating around the low around here. So let's move this like over here and let's see what that does. And then also, where's this? I'm going to make this a little bit slower. Now, something that we can do to further accentuate that is to add just a little bit of FM to this, like this. Still not quite where I want it to be, so we're going to turn up the detuning on this just a little bit. No, you don't want to detune the carrier. Unless if you're going to detune the carrier, you want to turn the unison off. When people make a Reese, do they make the FM carrier sharper? You can, but typically, like, if you already have a Reese and then you FM this, when you detune it, it's going to fuck it up. So just send a normal signal into this and then either detune the unison or just use a single waveform and detune the carrier. I have videos on this for FM Reeses. Sorry, and again, trying to... we can add the harmonic series into this with like a 7th and do this. And so now with this guy, we can play around with the morphing of the sound if we wanted to. So this is controlling this. Now if we have like a complex movement here, and maybe we don't go up all the way, so we have something kind of like this. You see how we're starting to get some of that interesting movement? If you do this, you probably want to move this. You would want to move this here. You'd want to move this here. So that way you're still getting some of that high end back. This is still way too much. Sorry, I'm having a hard time being... Okay, so maybe right before. That's interesting. So what we can do instead is we can just grab this and just make this at like 0.1% or 0.8%. Still not doing what I want to. Let me back up a little bit. And sometimes it's just part of it, of trying to figure this shit out. This is where perhaps using another OTT can help pull that back up. And with this one, we can reset most of these parameters here because we don't really need to color it again, or we could just listen to it. But here and here, we need to bring back some of the high end. Like there's too much low end in this. Yeah, so you see how it really transforms the sound. I mean, because without this, listen. It's still a bit much, but it's it's different now. And you can continue to pass it through with EQ and all of that other stuff. You know what I mean? You can even do stuff like this, like put a chorus on this just to make it. Let me try putting on this as well. And then we can also add some space to it if we wanted to by doing some stuff like this. Sorry, I'm not really like coaching it. I mean, these are things that I usually reserve for the master classes, but you can at least follow along to a degree and get like a gist of what I'm doing. So putting an audio follower on this is yeah, that's pretty cool. So you see how it kind of gives it a little bit more space now, and then just messing with the formants and stuff. Yeah, and there's like arguments to keep it in mono. There's also arguments to make it more wide, depending on what you're looking for. Also, let's move this as well and see if that does anything for us. The OTC is going to pull it up anyways. Like, I mean, that's at least my thought process, but you could put it on whatever you want. Me on phone speakers, what stereo? Yeah, I feel that. But a lot of times with my kind of stuff, like I'm usually looking for clean. Like this is okay, but it's a little bit muddy. And that's why I practice making these sounds so much, because no matter how many times I do it, it's always going to be a little bit different, you know. Even if I try the exact same process, right? Like bear with me, but let's do another one and listen to how different this is going to be. No. This is kind of what I was talking about from before about listening to this and creating a format. And being very meticulous with how you do this, but if you look into this, 100 to generally 1K is most of the area that I'm focusing on. And so whenever you make a small adjustment to this, see how it's already creating that? It's going, whoa. Hear it? It's very subtle right now, but we'll bring it out later. When you tend to make basses, do you ever have the third harmonic or second harmonic louder than the sub? No. Because then, like, if you have a second or third harmonic playing, any harmonic playing higher than the fundamental and it's meant for bass, you are essentially overpowering the fundamental with a higher octave or plus. So the second harmonic is an octave, and then the third harmonic is an octave and a fifth, or 19 semitones. So that takes over. It's the same thing as doing this. So let me turn this off. Look, this is the same thing as harmonics, but listen. Octave. Right? I'm still playing F, but this is now changing. So generally speaking, when you're creating harmonics, you usually want to have this be the loudest thing and then some kind of mixture like this. These are harmonics that we probably can't even hear. But they're there. You can now. But only in certain pitches, which is interesting. So, just things to be mindful of. Yeah, you see how much more prominent that is now? So... You can even do something like this where you can just put this on the master or on the entire channel. It doesn't really matter. And set the retrigger to off. Never. Now we can blast it. Yeah, so if you wanted to take the FM and do it this way, probably just use a sine wave, to be honest. But you can detune it like this. No, it's not. It's not me. It's OBS. Or if the stream is quiet. Um, but I mean, no. If you look at these levels here, like this shit's technically pretty fucking loud, or usually pretty loud, anyway. Hey, Pink, what's up? Oh, no, I mean, I don't know. I try not to produce super loud, but it's never past half. I'll say that. My volume is never past half, but that's relative because if I'm pushing the gain of something up, then it's going to exceed what my expectation of like not even past half is going to be, right? Especially if you're doing like feedback synthesis, like you could be working at a low volume, but you just create a shrieking fucking sound that like shatters windows because you did it by accident. But yeah. Have you ever like used a sound below the octave range or used to using? I had an idea to keep this up. Well, there's a trick that you can utilize whenever you put all that together, and I did this for Zayaku the other day. Um, which let me finish this sound and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, so I mean, with this is pretty much just like a general, you know, boom, 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 or whatever. Um, you can probably drive this a little bit more, even I'd argue. And in order to, you know, make it do cool shit, like something else that you can consider is instead of using the overall filter, you can grab another one of these slice EQs like this. Absolutely take your time. Okay. I will. I will take my time. I will take my time. So you can use things like all of these, so to speak, and create interesting points of stuff like this. And you can flip open this tab here and just get to work with this and just kind of set them to be in opposition of each other like this. Oops. And this is how you're going to get like your more Cohen sound shit, generally speaking, because now you've got morphing sounds through this that you can manipulate the shape to, and they all have a relationship with. You can also do a secondary one as well if you wanted to make it like float lower. So something like this. And then you can change the speed of working on this. I don't know why I didn't think about this before, but you see how it's pretty much a morphing bandpass? Now, my thing with this, though, is I would want this pole to be a little bit more steep, like a 24. Cars and clothes, 24s. It's so funny when you actually phonetically sound songs out that are supposed to rhyme. I mean, I know that wordplay is a part of rap, but it's pretty funny. And so adjusting this in certain cases, or maybe even making this move independently, or maybe even starting from here and having this open up. And throwing that in there and basically trying to make it morph between that and a notch filter, so to speak. But really, filter work is the biggest part of how to make this stuff come together. just because, as you can tell, like shaping the form and aspect of it is so crucial. And within these, I always want to retrigger, so. Now that we have something like this, it might actually benefit us more to have this here. Turn this on. And then now we've got the white noise that we brought back with this. With sounds like these, whenever you start to play with the pitch, then you see how you start to get that like sticky texture. And if you want that to be more in line with the traditional, like, you know, Cohen sound neuro bass stuff, then we want to pay attention to coloring the mids again. I generally don't touch the sub, but a phaser chorus situation can sometimes be helpful. So fucking with a cutoff here, changing the order here, turning the spread off, and then we can add just a touch of chorus to this, like so. Maybe a saturator. If you really wanted to, we can try to control the tops of this by just doing something like that. This would probably be enough, to be honest. Because remember, we're sending this into an OTT, and so that's why like filtering, that's why like Neurobass gets so fucking complicated, is because you start hearing shit that you're like, oh, I really like that, but how do I make it more? How do I do more, or how do I make it exactly as prominent as you want it to be? And lately, I've been getting a lot of shit about doing too much Neurobass and stuff. But what I don't think a lot of people understand is that if you understand this process, you understand this much. I don't even think you can see that in the camera, but you understand this much about sound design. So now let's throw another OTT over this, and then, or maybe let's not. Let me just see if I can push this and get some of the interesting bits of this to come up a little bit more. Yeah. You see how like that's already, it's making an interesting movement, but this is where a lot of people usually stop or give up, because they're like, I just put all this work into this and like now it's not doing what I want it to do. Hey, what's up, dude? And so now the problem solving aspect of this is like, okay, it's where we want it to be, but how do we make it, you know, how do we bring out more of it? And so we can start backing off of some of the high end that we're cutting. You know what I mean? And so so there's other things that I'm listening for as well. So do you hear how this is constant over the top end? So coming up with something like that to give it a little bit more of an interesting texture. And the other thing is that we don't actually have to open the filter all the way. Yeah, that's fair. So one other thing that we can do is we can pick a master over this and add this, because this is actually like a trick that is so fucking useful. Instead of having the sustain sound of the sub go all the time, actually making the movement match with this is... You see how much more clear that's become? It's a pretty fucking cool sound. And then maybe like we can balance it here instead. And so now what I would do is a couple of things. I still don't think that it's got enough. It doesn't have the right high end that I like. And so because there's this resonance point about here. You hear that? And so we really don't want that. Sometimes it's better to just completely take it out and to just like add your own shit. So sometimes I might do something like this. Which, by the way, guys, I'm like flying at the seat of my pants here. But as I listen to this, I'm like finding things that I like about the sound and that I don't like about the sound. So, yeah, I'm not like, I'm just like actively problem solving. Add a saturator through this. If you use deterministic LFOs instead of random modulators, for example, is how you get more control. Topic Neurobase. I subscribed to your channel because of Neurobase in the first place. What I wanted the most is these sounds are mostly random, right? No, I mean, if you look, I'm using LFO, so the phrases are controllable. But you can use random LFOs if you like. How do pros add controlled movement? Have you watched my video on shaping, like on shaping bass? I'm pretty sure it's public. Like a spiral or a tremolo in certain frequencies. So that is a little bit random sometimes, unless if you just assign a pitch bend to it. And sometimes like that's just a matter of trial and error. But sorry. Yeah, it's still super fucking muddy. That's actually a lot better. Yeah, and maybe something that you could even do is like throw another notch in there through the midst of whatever the fuck is coming through that. And the reason why is because we're pushing up a lot of those mids right here. And so having this cut through, I think will have a good, yeah. So that would be a really cool way to. Well, it depends. What do you already have? Yeah, I'd say it's worth it then. But I mean, you can do all this stuff in just Ableton, or Serum or Vital or whatever. What I would do instead is, let me save this because I like this. I think I'm onto something here. Don't worry about the name. So one thing that I really love about Ableton is they have a thing on their EQ8 that is called scale. And so if you have a Reese like this, assuming you want to make these sounds, what you want to do is listen to the sound and start to find those formants. So you're only going to have 8 bands or whatever, right? Kind of like this. And unfortunately, the EQ8 doesn't have a shift, which really annoys the fuck out of me. Likewise, Bitwig has shift, but it doesn't have scale, which drives me fucking crazy. But you see how I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can do one more somewhere. So just bell curves, really, bells and notches. You can do this. And so what we need to do with this is we need to make it more dramatic. So everything is going to be bolstered just to, actually not this one. Everything that's in the mids can be bolstered, but you really want to be careful when you start pushing up high end or in mid highs, because that's where shit gets painful. But we can just make this a little bit more dramatic and really try to separate the formant talking of this. And then what you can do is, even though there's no global shift, you can highlight everything by clicking and dragging. And so we can just move this where. And so now you can throw in like your saturator. You can use your roar or your auto filter plus. And just don't worry about making crazy shapes. What I usually do these days is just this kind of shit. I just make it slow, like this. And you can even make the movement match like this if you want. So. Or you can have a shaper, which is a multi-stage envelope that's within that, but you can just attach 1 or 2 to the general, to the general approach of all of this. Put a saturator at the end, turn on soft clip, and then you can continue designing your thing. But I mean, if this was, say, operator, like, and you have this, you can actually make the scale more extreme and flip it upside down as well, which is a really cool feature. I hate that like there's not an EQ that exists that does everything. It pisses me off. Uh, Colluding to create fake competition on equalizers. No, it's everything. It's every fucking DAW. Like it. I'm trying to remember. Like there's another complaint that I have of shit. Not just with EQs, but there's another plugin or like another effect that every single samplers. That's what it is. Fucking samplers. Like every single sampler is missing a major feature. There is no such thing as a sampler that does it all, and it's so annoying. Is FabFilter EQ worth it? Um, it's worth it, but I don't think it's necessary. Like one thing to be really mindful of is that not all EQs are built the same. And the thing about Pro Q is that it's a very transparent EQ. And what I mean by that is it's very centered on sculpting a mix. Whereas if you're using EQ8 or you're using EQ Plus from Bitwig, those are like color EQs. They add a lot of saturation and gain to very small amounts of like pushing. That's why I use EQ Plus on my drum design, because it's more of a color EQ. I'd like to be able to record directly into the sampler in Bitwig and Ableton. How have they not implemented that yet? I want different warp modes and fucking a slicer in Bitwigs. You know what I mean? But Ableton also has an FM engine built inside of it. It's like, god damn it. Serato Sample has an auto chopper and will find the key for you, but it doesn't have different warp modes. Or this sampler has granular or whatever. But like I've been talking about this for years, but there's just not a fucking super sampler that exists out there, and it's really annoying. And I'm like, and I say that because we're in 2025, and it's not like designing something like that is impossible. Like they all exist. I know that somebody can fucking do it. We get it, dude. X for nerve is your thing. If you're new, then definitely be careful of spending on plugins. Yeah, if you're new, like don't fucking buy anything. Really, like learn the ins and outs of your tools. If you're asking me if it's worth it, that's a separate question. But if you're asking me if you should buy it, then my answer is usually no. Yeah, of course. And like I totally understand that like there needs to be competition and whatnot, but I mean Faceplant is probably the most forward thinking in being like, yo, we're really just gonna try to fucking make everything fit within this. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't have spectral synthesis and whatever, okay, but or additive, but as a means of like a toolbox of everything that you want, I'd probably freak the fuck out if they added a slicer with their sampler, to be honest. I don't think that's in the cards for them. I don't think that they want to do it, but yeah, I think that there should be a sampler that's like a one and done. And then people can come out with better versions of it or add more features to it. But it's just that's something that I feel is very neglected, I guess I would say. People are making a lot of samplers, but they're just making like tape samplers or just granular. And I'm like, man, like there's so many cool fucking warp modes that exist out there that just decimate audio, which I have a video coming out pretty soon, by the way, if you're not a member. Which reminds me, I need to give out some memberships. Everyone that's in the chat, do me a favor and make sure that you have gift subs turned on, because I'm going to be doing that here in a little bit. But yeah, no, I know, but it's still jank. Like it works, but it's janky. Hey, I make PP additive by stacking a bunch of separate sine waves and oscillators. I mean, yeah, but like additive is like thousands. Thousands of sine waves. And I think that Faceplant actually has a cap of 16 engines, 16 oscillators, I want to say. Oh, no. Okay. Well, I mean, some people don't know what additive is. And so that's why I tend to clarify with that. Yeah, I think that TV EQ Pro is actually extremely is a really competitive alternative to Pro Q. I use it on my iPad mostly, but that thing is badass. But also, it doesn't have shift. Pro Q4 does not have shift. It's like they have scale, but they don't have shift. It's like, what the fuck? Why? I had the cap on modulators and generators and PP before. Have you seen my patches? Stick. Let me finish this patch. I'll show you some shit. Wait, didn't I say that to someone else that I was going to do a different sound? I don't remember. But yeah, I mean, actually, I don't need to go. I do want to continue just like practicing bass stuff because I haven't done it in a while. But Faceplant is just the fucking craziest thing that I've used in terms of sound design. I mean, these guys. Let me see. Let's try Shady Lady. You want to talk about maxing out modulators? I still have space. Some of these are maxed out. But yeah. Patches like this do everything. So if you want bass, oh sorry, there's an arpeggiator in here. Yeah. Filter rack. If you want to change it into percussion. If you want to change it into a pad. You want to change it into a granular synth. You want to change it into a pluck. You want to change it into a glitch generator. You want to change it into like a metallic lead. Hit the limits when doing very physical sound design. Separate random mods. Never hit it outside of that. Yeah, you just want to sub. But I mean, like, what other synth do you know that can do it, that can do this as efficiently? Because the thing is like, this ecosystem all works for itself. The wavetables can be used as wavetable LFOs. They can be used as distortion. They can be used as filter tables, right? But also the racks that you build, and that's why all of these are co-labeled of like Shady Lady filter, Shady Lady percussion, because you can save these and pull them up in other patches. Or you can just pull these up on other shit outside of Faceplant. So like it's this revolving door of sound design that continues to just give back. You know what I mean? Like it's absolutely, yeah, it is intelligent, but it's fucking crazy because of how easy it is to walk the path of how far can I take this, and you're more likely to hit your CPU cap than you are your creative endeavor. You know what I mean? And I suppose plug data isn't quite fair in this convo. No, I also wouldn't put in max. Well, no, it is fair in that convo because I don't think that plug data is as efficient as Faceplant. You can do it, but I said, what other plugin do you know can make these kinds of racks and can do all this shit and make it work for itself in the way that, you know what I'm saying, in the way that Faceplant has? I can't sit in my chair still it's exciting, the possibilities. Well, hold on, like slow down. Don't be getting gas. Like you can do this with Bitwig and Ableton stuff as well. And I've created racks like this for Bitwig and Ableton in the same way that it's like one patch does all this stuff. That preset bass plug and pad in one is absolutely insane. Oh, thank you, man. All of the Requiem stuff that I have on my website, they all have the super patches like that to where they all do a bunch of different shit. I stopped doing it because I stopped making those kinds of patches because people were complaining that they were too CPU heavy, which I totally understand, but it's not a very good marketing tactic. Sounds cool, but not very good for trying to sell. So I just started doing everything individually again. You need the ultimate or the subscription, not the entry level faceplant for Black Friday deal. I think the ultimate bundle is worth it, but yeah, I wouldn't say that you need the whole thing to enjoy it. I had no idea. Yeah, you can do this in many different ways. It's just more laborious. Well, I mean, like I said, I've created packs like this for both Faceplant, Bitwig, and Ableton, but the thing about Bitwig and Ableton is that they have a similar, maybe not as useful, but with effect racks. Like I always pull up Lucid, but this would be the equivalent. You know, we've got our sound, then we have our filtering, right? Then we've got our percussion. We've got our plucks. We've got pads. And then something that this has that the other ones don't, actually the Ableton version does as well, but I have different spatial types on here as well. So we have the, let me just pull on the pluck. I mean, I'm thinking about it. I think what I'm most likely to do more of is create smaller packs that are cheaper. I recently did a poll on the channel and I was like, hey, are sample packs too expensive? And 67% of you said yes, which, to be fair, only like 150 people voted. But I think that the people that actually take those polls are the ones that are most likely to engage with the shit that I have to offer anyways. You know what I mean? So there's some volume with that. Also, of course, usually when someone says, is it too expensive, then people would be like, yeah, because who wants to pay a higher premium? But I do feel like we're kind of hitting a wall here with the market and sample packs in general. And I would say that even for me, like, there's certain things that I can compete with as far as being competent as a sound designer, but if people are going to buy my samples and stuff, it has to be because they are familiar with my music or they know what kind of sounds to expect. You know what I mean? But it's yeah, I think that why would you pay, you know, for a 40, 30, $25 sample pack, whatever, when you could go to Splice for $10 a month? And no, me personally, no, because I mean, Oliver has the market on Splice anyways. For one, I own Faceplant and I love to see content here. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not the only Faceplant creator. I just love the fucking thing. But anyways, yeah, so creating racks like this, and it's all nicely tucked away in these little effect racks. And you can see that whenever I activate one, it turns it on or turns it off. And that's part of the reason why Bitwig is the fucking goat for this stuff because um, being able to just like activate shit like this and like to save your CPU and whatever is such a nice thing. The problem with Bitwig and Ableton with making this stuff is it's a pain in the fucking ass because you have to do it horizontally on a single lane. And I hate working this way now. And I really hope that at some point Bitwig changes their philosophy on how you're working with effects in general. Maybe not necessarily to the point of the grid, but something semi-modular because like doing things on this line, I can't stand it anymore. Also the fact that you can only see one lane at a time, I don't like it. In an ideal world, it would how fucking sick would it be if you could just like utilize the same tools that the grid has. So for example, something that I love about Polygrid is you right click and it just changes to whatever else is in a similar category. You know what I mean? And actually everything is available here as well. Like look at this is fucking amazing. It's like a mini browser. This should be available in the device menu. Like they need to do that. I feel personally. Some DAW needs to do that. There's no reason why that shouldn't be a thing. Me too, and also mapping things in Bitwig is a pain. I don't think it's that bad, but I do feel like this is such a great idea. Um, and they've kind of solved it in one particular case. So for example, Polymer and like things like Filter Plus, where you there it is, but it should be on everything. There should be just like a semi-modular ecosystem or like an expandable polymer, in my opinion. I mean, it is easy, but like I'm only saying it because they've already introduced the idea and they've already shown like a lot of promise and capability within it, right? If they never did it, I don't think I'd say that. I would be just more of a wish list thing. But because it's already there in certain instances, I'm like, yo, this should totally be on everything else. That would really enhance the workflow of working with audio effects. One thing that bothers me is that Control G makes an instrument layer instead of a chain. Um, well, why don't you just go to shortcuts and go Control G, and then instead just change it to create chain. You can change the shortcuts to whatever you want them to be, as long as there's a shortcut for it. There is no create chain. Yes, there is. That's where you're wrong. How do you think I can push 6, 7, 8, and 9 and get these to pop up? I don't actually have the answer. Uh, but I know that there's a way to do it. But basically it's through scripts. It's this little guy right here. Bro's doing witchcraft. How does that work? Um, I mean, and also like if you do group something, Command G, click add layer. Wait, hold up. Cancel. I think it depends on what you group before it decides on if it's going to create an instrument layer or an effect layer. Because if it's an effect layer, or rather, if I do this, this will create a chain, I believe. There used to be a thing on here that says create chain. I mean, but you could always just go boom and then enter, or just hit OK. I'm sure there's some weird workaround that just make group equals chain. Well, do you mean like this, or like what? What do you mean by? You mean like an actual chain device, right? Yeah, I think this is beta 9. I think beta 11 is already out. I haven't downloaded it though. One line of plugins is actually not that great, especially when update want to work. Well, yeah, especially like if you want to distribute uh, modulation across multiple sources, right? Like that's. I'm not saying that Bitwig stinks or anything because it's my favorite DAW ever, but I would like to see that. Handles it currently is just making a layer device. It doesn't really matter, but it's just a pet peeve. Well, a layer is a group, though. You know what I mean? But I will say that I feel like there used to be a thing that you could go right click, create chain. Or am I thinking about, is that Ableton? I don't remember. But an effect layer is a group. Like those, I feel like those are the same things. The only difference is that if you group an instrument, it'll create an instrument group. If you create, because in order for there to be a chain, it has to be within a group. You can right click on the effects layer and do it. Maybe. No, I don't see it. Device default, convert to effects. I mean, you can change it into the selector / layer, but I guess I'm trying to see like where the differentiation is, or what that would be used for. There used to be a thing with Bitwig 6 when it first came out that it would automatically create a chain because of the gain matching. Do you all remember that? I just don't remember. I'm not sure if beta 6 is not remembering it anymore or something, but it might. That was a thing, right? Especially when or maybe it was like 5.3 when the compressor came out with the auto gain. Like I could have sworn there was an update that started doing that. I just don't remember which update it was. That way, Bitwig handles it currently is making the layer divide to. Oh, so yeah, just reading that again. You right click on the tab. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure, to be honest. What was this? Is off. Oh, yeah. Getting rid of the chain devices, essentially, it's a worse version of a layer, but in my head, I would prefer to use a layer device for layered instruments. Well, I mean, you have instrument layers and then you have effect layers, right? But you also have note layers too. So to me, they're all groups, but maybe the pet peeve is just in the what's it called, in the labels or whatever. But I don't know. Essentially, to me, like it's still a group, it still works. Yeah, I can't help but feel that the create chain thing is taken out or something. The chain doesn't do anything with the layers, but I'm also OCD about wanting chains for effect rack type stuff. Well, I mean, one benefit that the actual chain does do is that they have the auto gain on. You know what I mean? No, chain exists. Well, here it is. But the feature to creating the chain is that it has the auto gain. And that's why I was like, why doesn't that should be a thing, to do that. I just don't remember how that was a thing. Did I see the new FL Studio? Yeah, I did see it. I haven't messed with it and haven't used it. I'm not too interested in that in particular, but I think it's cool. I feel like there was another DAW that came out a couple years ago that was also web browser based. I want to say that um becomes a layer only when it goes into a selector. Hey, onsite. Uh, yeah, selector is the third option. Hold on. Yeah, so instrument layer, effect layer. It used to just be a right click thing to where it would just create a chain. But for time shift, I just like couldn't I just like group my hats or whatever and shift and move them all in the timeline slightly? I have the cheapest version of Bitwig still. Yeah. So what you would do is like, let's say you've got a bunch of hats. Let me just do this very quickly. I also don't like the stickiness to the grid that 6 has. I feel like I have to zoom in way more in order to get it to do what I want it to. Whatever. So let's say you wanted to move all these together. You group this, and then you just do this, and you zoom in, and you go boop. And then you can apply your track delay like that. That's true as well. You can also just use a delay with 0 feedback. So you go, say like delay 1, right? You turn this up all the way. You turn the feedback to 0 and set this to time, set this mix to 100%. And then you have to make it at least 10 milliseconds, but you can push it this way. The one thing that you can't do though is that you can't make it early. So that's a consideration. Yeah, but he's saying that he doesn't have the time shift. So that's why that's a thing. But yeah, that's one way that you can do that. No, it's all good. Just letting you know why. Or letting you know what he was getting at. All right. Maybe let's do one more bass thing. If that's cool with you all. And then we can do some other shit. Sound good?
Recording to logbook.
Thank you so much for the follow. Or does anybody have any like sound design questions or anything? Or really just any questions in general? Can't believe that's not in the essentials. Hoping not to derail your convo or plan for today, but I'd love to get your input on sound design for the 140 dubstep coming out. I just like scroll back to the beginning of the stream because I just covered that. Hope some new people find you from Weaver. Thank you, man. I don't know. I'm just I think that if I really no, don't apologize. I was just letting you know like we just covered that. I'm planning on actually learning FM synth. Should I go with Serum or Phase Plant first as my first FM synth? What DAW are you in? That's my question to you. I swear to God, if you say FL, I'm gonna throw a book at you. I'm not, but it'll provide context to my sentiment. So I mean, I'm in Ableton. Just use operator. That's what you should use. That should be your primary learning synth. Don't, guys, new producers, welcome to the stream, by the way. Don't buy shit. Don't buy shit. What's your approach on sampled bases, like using sampler options to post-process the sound? Give me just 1 second and I'll show you a track. Actually, let's do that right now. I need to close Bitwig 6 in order to do this, I think. Because we need to pull up Bitwig 5. So even then, I'd still argue, like, really don't buy anything if possible. If you're in Bitwig, buying an OTT makes sense. But other than that, thank you for the follow, by the way. You should do a series called Don't Buy Shit. Don't I do that already? Maybe not with that title, but all right, so this is track 3, which is called Your Virulence, off of my Hard Won Nobility EP. And wait, is it? Yeah, it is. And I'll play just the intro too, but or I'll play like the first main section, but I'll show you how I've manipulated the bass in this. It's gonna be loud. So this basses or the basses in this are a combination of things. Like for one, I have like the distorted, 808. Some of these are samples, like the throws. But the nuance here is no post-processing. But what I've done is I recorded a bunch of phrases out and I put this into a sampler and started automating the start point of the start point of this. So when you see this, you'll see it jumping around at certain instances. And this sound came from the 6 saucer patch, which I think is in here somewhere, but I don't want to go looking for it. But the whole thing with people like doing granular shit with basses and all that, like I usually don't fuck with that, if that's what you're asking. And the reason why is because it deteriorates the quality of the sound and it muffles and makes it all fucked up or whatever. It's really cool for fills and for effects and stuff, but as a means of trying to make it your main sound, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. And back to the earlier thing, when people were talking about, well, what's an Alckemy bass? This would probably be the second thing that I was talking about, which is the bandpass movement ones. Because these guys, So what I did was I just started changing the LFO patterns on this to be like, all right, well, let's do just kind of fuck with this. I might have to go into the multi-pass thing, but just changing different shapes like this. So let me open this up. There we go. This is the master filter, so you know, just bouncing out a bunch of shit like that and then recording it and then throwing those chunks. One thing I will say, I think AU5 calls it a monolith, which I'm only using a single sound as opposed to a bunch of shit that works. But after you record this, like, cut all the pieces up that sound interesting and splice that together and then throw that into the sampler. But the offset thing with whatever, you know, like putting something into a sampler and using the offset to change it, that's something that I got from Chi. Indirectly, I actually got that off of his master class before I started talking with him. But for the most part, like, these days, I think Identity Crisis was within Bitwig 6. A lot of times, hi baby, hello. Hey, stop. Now I don't even do that. I just phonetically sound out a sound that I want to make. Sorry for the redundancy. Like, this is a great example right here. This entire track, like, I did like a beatbox idea too, because I was like, and then I just actualized that into the project. But the second part here with the boom, bow, 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 like I just sounded that out and made the bass do that. Right here. Yeah, so I just made the sound. I saw AU5 resampling an effect into a wavetable to put it into a filter table. Do I use this trick often? No, I never use that trick. You can, but AU5 has or Austin has a very different sound profile than what I make. And I can respect a lot of the shit that he does, but I'm kind of like, he's over here and I'm like over here. You know what I mean? We're both with like electronic bass music and stuff. I would also say like he's a fucking genius, and I would definitely rate him up here in comparison to songwriter, sound designer, whatever. But my world is a little bit more focused on like this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And I'm not always necessarily trying to stay up to the latest, to maybe to a fault now, to the latest and greatest like techniques within that particular style. I'm always looking for the cutting edge stuff of what's within my field. And there's only so much to know about, or sorry, there's only so much that I can know about, you know. You could probably argue that I could learn a thing or two from doing that. But oftentimes you start to come across like certain effects lead down certain roads. For example, I don't really fuck with spectral stuff because it sounds super lasery. It doesn't mean that I can't make something cool with it, but I tend to not really be intrigued by the characteristic of that. You know what I mean? That like I don't know, everything that I've used within spectral is just like it has that type sound, and I tend to notice it maybe more so than I like. Maybe I'm like hyper aware of it, but you get what I mean. It's like I'm really fascinated with the relationship between filters and distortion when it comes into sound design for the most part, because I have found an infinite amount of nuance of how this shit relates. And if you watch or if you look back at the beginning of the stream and you look at what I was doing, boomer bass versus zoomer bass, maybe is neuro bass boomer bass now? I feel like 303 acid is what we would call boomer bass or something if we really had to describe that. I don't know, maybe. I'm just not into like the color based side of dubstep or like that kind of stuff, or even really like this is technically a dubstep track, but I really don't even make that, you know. Millennial bass, yeah, maybe so. Like 90s, early 2000s, that would make sense. Is for sure boomer bass. Yeah. A lot of times whenever I'm like trying to make bass like this, it's because I think a lot of the color based stuff is cool and interesting to produce, but I feel like nobody listens to it. What? Oh my god, dude. Okay, so I played a show where I opened up for Opio, and like every single fucking no, not every other ones cuz some of my friends played, but like there was maybe three other headliners, and they all fucking played glitch hop slash color shit for hours. I'm in Vegas, by the way. So it wasn't a small show. It was a pretty big show. You know, it wasn't like, you know, fucking thousands of seats or whatever, but it was a big show. And I was just like, oh my God. Oh, another song. Bling, 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 bling. And I'm just like, oh my God. Ah, if I have to listen to another 5 minutes of this shit. No, it's super popular in America. But I think it's also primarily an American thing, right? Like, if I'm not mistaken, like I know AU5. Wait, is AU5 from the States or is he from Canada? Hey, can you play? Can I play what? Um, where's Chimes from? I'm not making anything right now. I'm primarily just doing sound design and having a chat with people. Um, this was a project that I finished and released. If you want to take a listen to that. I think he's from another planet. I love when I get this question like, hey, can you play what you're making? So that way I can decide if you're good enough for me to hang around or not. No, no, I was making a joke out of it. It's okay if people ask me to play whatever it is that I'm doing. I was just being playful. I think it's fine. And the other thing too is like I'm not here to waste anyone's time. So, you know, it also depends on like how you say it, right? Not what you say, but how you say it. Yeah, I after I wrote this, I started going more so in the bounce direction or back to halftime stuff. Actually, I wouldn't even say halftime. I've been doing more bounce tracks lately. Snare's so sick, gave me lead poisoning. I want to get effing crazy. Um, huh? So this track I submitted to a label and I'm really hopeful that they're going to take it. I make a lot of different kinds of music, so there's that. Shh. Shh. Shut up, Nate. Don't jinx it. Nah, Tom Poo said that he was down to take it. I just, you know what I mean? When it happens, if it happens, it happens.
Come on.
Clout. That's it. Yeah, I wish I could say that every track I make just fucking hits like that, but to be honest with you, when you're here, you're going to notice that it's like 80-20. 80% of the time I'm just making dog shit, and then 20% of the time I'm like, whoa, this is compelling. But what can you say? Um, have I made some ring Nord minimal but intentional type DMB? I think your style could really do it. Yeah, I sort of. I have. Um, I had a really hard bite off of SleepNet. What's that one song? I keep repeating the same patterns. It's a fucking great song. It's actually like incredible. But um Upside Down Pyramid being levitated by an alien craft. I made a 2-part EP that I didn't release, but yeah, Lapse. Great fucking song. But yeah, this is a hard bite, and that's why I didn't release it, but I wanted to do something that had a little bit of storytelling with it. Actually, are you guys down to listen to both of these? And I'll talk about part 2 in a second, but I want to take her outside. Is that okay with you all? Okay. Yeah, let me run her out. Come on, let's go. Actually, for whatever reason, in case if I'm a little bit longer than expected, I'll just set up a playlist. All right, I'll be right back. Hello, hello. Hey, what's up, guys? I don't know if the first and second track played or not, but was it drum and bass back to back after the first tune? Or did a different song play after that? Yeah, it's a total bite off of SleepNet, but it had a little bit more nuance to it of a different direction of where everything was going and whatnot. But yeah, I wrote that last year. Um, Drum and bass is hard. Keychron disconnected. Did you all hear Who I Am Part 2? Wouldn't call it a bite, but definitely in the same realm. One of them was insane. The DMB one was quality. Did you all hear this one, or did this one play as well? Because this was the second part of the EP. Did this one play? You would know, I feel. So this is part 2 to the same EP. Fun fact, these are actually both in the same project file. Same drums too, but would be like the neurofunk pattern, because it's like boom, da boom, da boom, da boom, da. Another fun fact, I got Corey to sing over this. This is her. Yeah, just a nice little touch. Not too much. That's also her. Yeah, I mean, if I was really gonna like go the D&B route, I'd probably try to make a lot of tracks like Disproof, because that's really he he's like my number one when it comes into D&B. He just makes the dopest fucking shit. It's a shame that he stopped producing drum and bass, and I blame his fans for it because people started complaining that all of his shit sounded the same, but I don't care. It was fucking cool. It was dope, and I would have taken as many tracks as he wanted to put out. Um, but yeah, I mean, a lot of people say like, I lean into this style or whatever, but the fact of the matter is like I make a lot of different stuff. Um, I think that you all heard some of the hip hoppy stuff that I was making. But yeah, I've got halftime, bounce, boom bap, just easy to listen to stuff. I also make IDM from time to time. I usually make at least one IDM tune and one jungle tune a year. At least one a year as it comes out. But yeah, like this one is an IDM tune that we wrapped a couple weeks ago. Always kind of cinematic sounding. Thank you. Kind of. I have a track that's kind of in between halftime and grind. It's a lot slower, but it still has the same vibe of like the rapping and all of that. You know what I mean? Did you read the title of what this track is? like that song a lot. I think my favorite IDM tune is Avon's Labyrinth though. It's a little less choppy, a little bit more straightforward, but yeah, this track kind of has a special place within like my library. But yeah, I'll show you the track that I had in mind. Again, it's not 140 grime, but it's the only track that I have of me rapping over it. Fucking love this song so much. Most of them are available on my website. There's a few that I'm working on that I haven't put up yet, but every month I upload at least 2 tracks. But most of this stuff I wrote within the past 30 days, so I have a lot to upload. Yeah, I love that song. It's a very sentimental track to me. Um, I guess the point behind all of that was I have a lot of different music and I don't just like conform to a single genre. Let me see. Limit Break, I wrote in 2023 in April. Um, it's a little I wouldn't call this grime. It's still halftime, but this is the closest thing that I would have to it. It's a cool track though. I like it. Yeah, a little slower, but track that I wanted to show you all.
Got some trouble in my pocket, Jesse James team rocket, set it off, blast me straight into space and rocket. Time to save the world, you can call me Noctis. Abomination, nation, cosmos of the prophets. My dream eater straight, chomping on your conscience. Been grinding out for years, you just gotta trust the process. I hit you with my limit break, black materia, comet.
Yeah, cool track. Yeah, sometimes I write jungle. I think this one is my favorite one. Like 90s, 2090s jungle. 2023. This is pretty nice. It was me. Yeah, it is me.
Recording to logbook.
But yeah, that's exactly what I was going for. No, it's all good, man. Yeah, so anyway, that's kind of I'm trying to think like hip hop, halftime, IDM, jungle, sometimes drum and bass. I like to make a lot of Ceruto stuff as well. But that's still kind of in the halftime / hip hop world. Like, I Don't Love You is a really good example of this. This one is just one of my favorites. I wrote this track right after my grandma passed. I was actually at my brother's house. I actually wrote this on stream. I made this with earpods um, in my brother's room, and I got him to rap over this, so that was a pretty cool thing. But making these beats where you've got like all these different sections together is something that's a lot of fun to do when it's just like laid back like this. But this is a cool little bouncy track. I actually haven't listened to this in a while and I want to. This is usually my set opener. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm a person, you know. I love this track, man. It's a joy to listen to. Mm. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Yeah, that was the track that I wanted to show you. So I don't know, guys. I fucking love what I do. Um, I love making music, and I think that's something that I try to showcase, as opposed to a lot of other YouTubers out there. And there's a lot of other YouTubers that are on the same page as me, but I'm really about the music here. And it's weird because there's this duality of most most people don't know me for my music. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, most people don't know me for my music. They just know me for hot takes on Zebra 3 reviews and, say a bunch of dumb shit and all that. Not that I have anything to prove, but it's very interesting to reflect on, if that makes sense, with just that kind of dynamic with having a YouTube channel where I'm known for making tutorials versus like, hey, I actually make tracks, where a lot of people don't, or just use arcade and splice. I can't remember who it was, but I was watching this one producer, and I kind of felt bad for him because on one end it painted a very it painted a picture that left a bad taste in my mouth, but it wasn't his fault. But he was a really well-known streamer, or sorry, a really well-known producer, and he made a track from scratch, but the entire track was splice, like just nothing but splice. And the intention and like the track that he ended up making was great, and all of that other stuff, but like he just got fucking roasted in the comment section. And I'm not worried about somebody calling me out on doing something like that, but I think that no, I'm not on Spotify. I'm not on any that's not true. I do have an EP that's on a label that's up on the internet, but everything else is just through my website. If that track gets signed to Saturate, then that'll be up as well. But the thing is like unless if it's something like that, I don't put my music up. No, if you want to find my stuff, you can find it on this channel, or you can go to my website at alchemy.com. What I do is I have a beat subscription, either $1 tier or $5 tier. And if you just like have a $1 tier, then you can listen to everything. If there's a $5 tier, you can literally download my entire discography for $5. No, I do it all through my website. But if you stay subscribed, then I upload at least twice a month, at least 2 tracks a month. And that's honestly gotten me more money than doing anything Spotify related or whatever. And it's kind of a hassle, and like I hate playing this game because it feels wrong. Not maybe not wrong, but it's hard to ask people for support or for things like that when everything is so streamlined and convenience based. For example, the splice conversation, right? Why would you buy a sample pack from me when you can get, you know, very well curated samples or whatever that are just as good, if not better, off of Splice or something else of the sort? And it's like weird now, especially with things like with music and all that. So yeah, I don't know, man. Weird time to be a music producer. But in any case, I think that I wanted to get back to maybe doing some sound design. Was there anything else that anybody wanted to see in regards to like making sounds and stuff? Um, I know that we pretty much only made a few bases today, but I just I needed to do this. I needed to have a day where I'm not making tracks and just sit down and like fuck around with shit because it's been a while since I've done it and I need that practice. I wonder if they use their own loops instead of splice, they would have been roasted as bad. You can never tell, you know. But then Spotify will use your stuff for training their models. Yeah, well that's my issue with Spotify. It was not only that, but like they don't fucking pay creators. But everybody uses something like Spotify. Exactly. And because it's so convenient, you can't get people out of it or away from it. And you know what I mean? Like, and it sucks because I feel like it kind of put people into a corner. I think that you have collab a lot, that you have to collab a lot with rappers, make a lot of mixtapes and stuff. Trust me, you're gonna have a lot of views because your music is really good, especially compared to other hip hop producers. Thanks, man. I think that the biggest difference that I focus on though is like I come from the bass background. Sorry, I came from hip hop and then I got into bass music. Making, by the way, not just casually or not just listening, but I started with making hip hop. That's also not true. I was trying to cultivate hip hop and bass music at the same time. Bass music was really hard. I fucking struggle. I still struggle with it. Hip hop comes a lot more naturally to me. But the thing that's different between me and those other guys is nuance. I think that a lot of the other hip hop producers just fucking. I, let me know if this sounds familiar. So I got myself a sample, chopped it up, threw some drums over it, got my 808s going, and I wrote like 20 beats today. Does that sound like anybody you know? Nah, honestly, you know what would get me views? If I edited my videos. That's what would get me views. Um, which you know what, which is crazy too, because like just because even if working with rappers and stuff, Kalen Ellis is a great example of that. He's really fucking good. Like Kalen Ellis is somebody that the people that I take lessons from mention, and they're bass producers, or that I took lessons from, because I'm not really I haven't done a lesson in a very long time, but yeah, but fuck, man, it's like even Kalen Ellis isn't getting the recognition that he deserves, and I think that he produced a hit song the other day, or not the other day, but I saw that he helped co-produce a song that was really big, but people still don't know who it is, or who he is rather. Also thumbnails, testing them and such, but then you spend just as much time doing that as making music, and that's the crossroad that I'm at, and I'm glad that you understand that. Hey, what's up, Tech Funk? And that's why I don't edit my videos, is because I'm like, look, I'm not an edutainment channel. I'm somebody that's like, yo, I'm trying to make music here. Um, and then if I teach you something, I'm going to teach it to you in the way that I know how best, you know. It's one way to try to be eloquent when explaining something. It's another thing to be like really fucking entertaining while doing it. Um, yeah, he can do everything. He can play keys. He can drum really well. He can sound design for his field really well as also, and he has it. You know what I mean? Like some people you listen to and they fucking have it, and he's one of those people. I've tried to reach out to him. He has not responded to anything, and every time I say what's up in chat, I think that he's just like in his sauce or whatever. So it's nothing personal, but um he almost does like sermons. Yeah, I think that has been some mention of that, which I'm not particularly attracted to. Um, but you can't argue with his skill. He's incredibly skilled. He is not only a producer, like that guy is a fucking musician. Um, Yeah, yeah. That guy, he's a fucking musician. He's got this track that I had on repeat for like a week. Um, it's somewhere. I don't know. I'll find it and I'll post it in the Discord. But dude, that track was so fucking cool, man. It was such like a oh man. What was the name of that song? It was so good. I'll find it and post it. But yeah, in regards to sound design and stuff, does anybody have any topics or anything that you would like to see? Faceplant, Zebra, Serum, whatever. He played keys and then drums. I'm like, yeah, this dude played for a while. Yeah, he just like produces everything, as in like he plays it, which is a whole different field. It's one thing to sit down and sound design and like tech and nerd shit out. It's another thing to be like, I'm gonna write a song and like record everything out. And I've recorded some guitar and stuff, but I don't play drums, like, or not as well as him, anyways. I don't play anything as well as that guy does. I just fucking fumble. He played at church since he was little. Well, that makes sense. Definitely would recommend, but I don't know what the algorithm wants these days, other than like ADHD edited videos. Do I do a lot of group processing or not so much? So something that I would recommend that you try. It's a good question. Um, is try sound designing and try producing into a saturator or like into a master effect. So if on this particular track, um, wait, is it on this track? Yeah, on this particular track, everything is going into a diss tube culture. Oh yeah, I could, dude. Fucking, I'm surprised I don't have a tequila remix, to be honest. But what's a good platform to promote? Everything is going into a saturator here. Oh yeah. Oh, I think TikTok is also. Sorry, I missed that. In regards to what's on, like what goes into these groups, my drums usually have some kind of room reverb. I don't think that I'm actually sidechaining anything in this group. Oh, I am. I did move it. Yeah, there's a clipper on everything. Some producers hate that, but I think it's on purpose. But I would mix into a limiter, not a saturator. I'll try that, see if I like it. Well, on my master, I have a disc tube, but something that's on every track is a clipper over and then a limiter. So like the motto is clip it and then limit. But I don't touch the limiter. I usually don't touch the clipper either. But the saturator has a little bit of character on it to give everything like a similar identity, or like help put it all within a similar relation, I guess. I don't do this on every track, but this is one example of where it works. But most of the time on my master, this is on, which is not doing anything other than a small mid side. It's just pretty much like a sub or a bass mono, if you want to say that. This is usually off. I think I was talking about how to make your track louder, but this is on there, but it's almost never used. This is a mono check. Then we have a clipper. We have a limiter. I have rolling sampler, which isn't doing anything sound wise. And then I have an oscilloscope to look at what's going on. I see Redman on the track. Yeah, I don't know. Most of the time I don't really make music with rappers in mind. Unless I'm doing like boom bap shit, but yeah, I guess. Yeah, but sometimes doing stuff that way helps create like a specific sound signature or whatever, and that's why I would recommend giving that a shot. But don't do it with the intention on I need to put this on every track. Running into producers who say that they no longer like to do the classic sidechain, who prefer volume shaping and automation by that. What do you think? The track Your Virulence that I showed you earlier does not have any sidechaining on it whatsoever. But I don't do that because of a trend. It's more about how the track sounds and what it needs. You know what I mean? I'll just quickly remind us of what that is. I actually don't. I don't know if there was any sidechaining on this either. I think there's sidechaining on this. But yeah, Your Virulence, there's no sidechaining whatsoever. Because it doesn't need it. Yeah, so it depends on like what effect you're going for. It makes a lot of sense to sidechain on like house music because it helps accentuate the groove, right? Yeah, this was on my Hard Won Nobility EP. That came out in May, I think. It's on the channel, but yeah, I'm so sorry I've been living under a rock. No, no worries, but it does prove a point of what I was talking about earlier, but that's not your fault. It's a flavor thing, not a stitchy thing, just a mixing technique. Yeah, and I mean, people are always gonna have trends like that. How the fuck did you make that snare so big? This tune is sick. Um, you you take the metallic tail of an acoustic snare along with the fundamental and you distort the fuck out of it, and then you use a gate to cut it off. There's an old Audica trick, but I made that with Superior Drummer. I think that all of those are also included in my Insidium pack. They're somewhere in here. But yeah, it's a spin-off of all of these, but you can put but you can put a metallic tail on it and then distort that, and then that's how you get that. But you want to make sure that the initial transient is very clean. And so I mean, to be honest with you, what's his name? Smooth was asking me if I'm going to make another sample pack, and I'm like, I don't even see the reason why. I mean, I think that this pack has like 300 fucking. Wait. How many drums, how many snares are in this pack? Way too many. This says 243. I don't know if there's actually that many in there, but I think that there's pretty close to it. 234. Oh my god. I think there actually might be that many. They might just not all be popping up. But yeah, you know, it's like there's so much. I really have no reason to make drums anymore because I've made enough to last me a lifetime. I just like making drums. I think that that's like one of the most important things about my music that I really want to stand out to people is my bass and my drums. If somebody says, "Damn, that groove is sick and those drums are fucking dope," like that's the highest compliment I can get in music. Or like, "Oh my god, that bass," or you know what I mean, something like that. Which totally undermines the whole point of making music anyways. Is nobody's going to be like, "Wow, that was the most profound thing I ever made." But you know what I mean? Like I only have this many skill points. I can't really do a respec. I suppose I could, but I don't want to. I like my build. I've been playing a lot of Diablo. That's where these references are coming from. Let's make something pretty. Hi, baby. You're going to have to wait because I took you out. You did not want to go poop. And now I'm busy. Yeah, I did actually. I have Sekiro on crossover now. Yeah, I caught it on a sale. Let's go here to be sticky. Something like this. Let's make that really slow. We're going to set this to 12. Always found your drum samples impressive. Thank you, man. Fucking thanks to Chi and Cage. I mean, those guys really. I've taken drum lessons and stuff from a lot of people, but those guys were really like, "Yo, this is how you do it." And it took me, even after they taught me, it took me forever to fucking figure it out. And I still don't make drums as good as them, but um, yeah, I owe everything to them for how I started making stuff that I was actually happy with. Is this going to lane 1? Oh no, that needs to go to lane 2. Chi, Chee, Cage. Cage has been on the channel several times along with Zane Wolf. But yeah, like this fucking track is so cool. I'm not gonna play it all because I don't want to get copyrighted, but just fucking so good, dude. I will say, I'm not gonna tell what track it is, but there's actually a loop in here that I sent to him that he used. Yeah. What's some other stuff? His drums are just fucking top tier. I'd also say that his mixing and stuff is a lot better than mine. No, it wasn't in Shotgun. Yeah. Check out this EP or this beat tape. It's called Mad Tape. It's amazing. Um Clipping Flip or Clipping FLP is my favorite song by far, but he's got a ton of bangers in here. Fuck. Ah, dude. He's so good. Ah, he's so good. Yeah. Yeah. So just as some examples, but yeah, man, he he's done some whole other shit. And Cage as well, man. Um Let me see. Is it this track? Here it is. Yeah, dude. They just such cool shit. And like his older stuff, because he's not really doing a lot of halftime or not releasing a lot of halftime anyways. I know that he still does it, but let me see. Metanoia. Just the drums are so fucking good, man. Aiden, I fucking love you, dude. You're a G. Um, I've been so blessed to have him on this channel several times. He really does not get enough credit for just how good he is. Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, for years he was like the model for making music and stuff of like what I wanted to try to capture, and um the kindness that he was willing to share. And even now, you know, like we talk on the regular. He's very busy, but just his drum work, dude, is just something that I is so insane. Anyway, yeah, sorry. Glazing. I don't even give a shit. His music speaks for itself. Cool. So we can do some other cool stuff with this as well. Like, for example, we can throw a choir in here. Gregorian choir. Ja. And we could do something like this to where we turn the gain down. Grab an envelope. Kind of like this. Sounds like you have a good reason to glaze, though. I believe so. That's why I don't care, because 100%, like I said, the music just speaks for itself. But yeah, look up Chee, Chee, Trailblazer. That's my favorite song that he made along with Saruda. That song changed my life. Hey, thanks for coming in, vegan. I appreciate it. Yeah, faceplant can make pretty stuff too. Creating a network of different evolving sounds, you know, is something that this really excels at. And it's pretty nice to make some stuff like this once in a while. Maybe not that much. Organs? Yeah, I'd probably go at it about it from a wavetable perspective, just because you can do something like this too if you wanted. If you want to make it a little bit more old school. Try to keep it just below that point where it starts to sound a little bit. But really, with organs, there's actually a synth in Bitwig called organ. This is actually an additive synth. And these are just partials. If you wanted to make it a little bit more of like really a lot of this, especially with controlling the because we're just primarily focusing on very simple harmonics, it tends to get really sharp in the middle or very resonant. So doing something like this. And this even. This is off. Sorry. Let's give it some release. dedicated drift knob, Serum 2, sort of. You can emulate that in Faceplant as well. Yeah, um, you can just set a random on here. I usually just set a drift to be like this, but yeah, this would be like your electric organ or whatever. Unless if you're going for the more like church organ type shit, then I would go about this very differently. Like you could actually probably get away with doing this, to be honest, now that I think about it. If you wanted to add like physical properties to it, we would go through this route. To be honest with you, I'm listening back to this and I'm like, I need to reference an organ. But latest video was great. Not into React format videos, but I really like both of y'all, so it was an easy click. Oh, thanks, Woofy Cakes. I try not to do a whole lot of reactionary content, but to make it a theme session for when you do sound design track in areas way out of, there's not really anything that's out of my comfort zone. Like, what do you mean by that? Chances are I've done it. I'm not saying that I've done everything, but there are very high chances that whatever you're asking about, I've done it. You can pump a little bit of noise into this with a ring mod. I don't necessarily have an acid techno banger, but I have techno. I just haven't played it. But that's the thing that like I have to have a conversation with about someone every once in a while. It's like I know that a lot of people want to see me do what they're into, but I also really want my audience to respect what kind of producer and musician that I am. You know what I mean? Um, there was a time that I was in the circus and people could say flip monkey and I would do it, but I've kind of like grown into a style of me being me, you know? So if somebody's going to get me to do something like that, um, I'm usually going to expect something in return. I think is the best way I could say that. Because it's like, for what purpose? You know what I mean? For what? For what? To satisfy? I didn't mean specifically that kind of track because I like acid, but I mean something different than what I do. Then, but that's what I'm trying to explain is that just because I don't make techno every day doesn't mean that I don't make techno or that I haven't made techno. Um, but what I'm trying to say is I don't need you to help me. because that's not what I'm looking for right now. That's not what my needs are as a producer. You know what I mean? Like I get where you're coming from, but that's not what somebody like me is in need of. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't go tell Michael Jackson that he needs to learn dubstep. He's fucking Michael Jackson. I'm not Michael Jackson, but he's already established, right? You wouldn't go tell a guitar player that's really good to go pick up the drums, you know? Like, yeah, sure, it totally would benefit them. 100%. Hey, Dins. And I think that everybody should walk that path and explore. They don't have anything to lose, but those people have put their life into those kinds of things, and it comes off as, you know what I'm saying? It's not really like the thing that that you should say to producers. Yeah, I'm here to answer questions. Like if you ask me how to make those sounds, I could do it for you, you know? But you also have to realize how often I get that. Like maybe not every day, but often enough to where people are like, "Hey, what's up, dude?" Where it's like, "Man, you really need to make this. You really need to use this synth. You really need to use Reaper. You really need to, you know." And by that point, I'm not saying this to you, but there does come a point where I'm like, "You really need to just shut up." Because like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man. Oh, I forgot that I'm on camera. I don't care. Yeah, it just goes into one of those things though that, you know, I'm 12 years into the game. Hey, what's up, dude? Did you see the comment response that I left on your thing? Oh, okay. Or not. Um but yeah, I mean like we're talking about acid techno, you know, we need a really nice filter. I'll make the sounds for you. That's fine. I don't mind. I've also, you know what, I think another issue with it that I've realized is you bought Current 2 and happy with it. Dope, dude. Is that a lot of times when people have asked me to do challenges and stuff, I think I was really annoyed because usually they aren't satisfied. And that's the thing that pisses me off. Knowing that I'm not an expert at whatever it is that it's supposed to be, but like let's say I take the challenge and I spend all this fucking time on it only to be dissed. That's like if we were in person, I would say put some fucking gloves on and hop in the sparring room with me because that just really I wasted my fucking time. I know, but what I'm trying to like express my experience with doing that. But that's what I'm trying to. The worst part is when you start to make an audience when your music wasn't really you, and when you start. How is that any different than any other genre that I produce, though? Is what I'm asking. Are we talking about unwarranted advice? Didn't get the start of this topic, but from what I can gather, no, more not necessarily unwarranted advice, but suggestions of pushing someone's preferences onto another person. I think that's the best way I could say that. You know, yeah. But like I was saying, there's like, what difference does it make if I'm figuring out techno or if I'm figuring out halftime or if I'm figuring out whatever, right? It's like the composition is composition. Sound design is sound design. And that's why I asked, like, what are you after? Because if it comes into techno, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a bass, I'm going to make a kick. Um, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to do all the same shit that goes into that. Well, even in that, like a rock song, whatever, 4-part harmony, right? Intro, main section, right lyric, like it's all the same thing. No, it's not quite backseating. It's more of like you need to. Somebody said this to me the other day. They were like, "I'm so tired of you making halftime," and I was like, "Then fucking go somewhere else." You know what I'm saying? It's like, and I know that's not what you're saying, JT. But somebody literally said that to me. They're like, "Yo, I'm so tired of you making halftime," and I'm like, "Get the fuck out then! Like, what are you doing here? What are you hoping to accomplish?" That's the kind of thing, you know. You need to make this. You need to. It remind. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of my dad being like, "You need to. You need to pick up an instrument. That's real music. Playing, playing live. You know. Oh, your little beat stuff or whatever." And mind you, like I didn't start making beats until I was already an adult. So like I never took this shit from my father, mind you, but he was like, "Yeah, man, like you need to make real stuff." And I was like, "Dad, like you don't fucking know anything about music these days." I understand that person. What I'm saying is that's what that reminds me of. You know what I'm saying? That's what that reminds me of. Like the last time I talked to my dad, he listened to my album and he was like, "Oh, it's way too busy. Like you should do this. You need to make this kind of music. You need to actually play something." Oh man, I wish that like I taught you how to play drums. I taught you how to play guitar. Like why don't you do that? And it's like, well, even if I did that, you'd find something else to fucking complain about, you know? I'm talking to my father by now. But yeah, I think that's kind of one of the things is like I don't know, man. It's trippy. You have to be really careful with how to make the disperser filter like what Killer Arts has. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do it. Just put a bunch of delays on something or a bunch of instances of like EQ3 or, you know, like if you're in Ableton, just like 50 instances of EQ3 and the phase offset will create a disperser for you. I have literally the coolest parents. After my accident, my car was filled with blood. He said, "You feel okay driving that? Shall I buy you another car?" Yeah, that's fucking dope. Um, but that's not the world that I grew up in, and most of the time, that's not the world that I live in. Um, but I think that for the most part, I would be careful with those kinds of things. It's time for country. Yeah, that you will never see me do. But um, I had a point to this. Hold on, sorry, I'm lacking a lot of sleep. I think that being an artist, you have to be careful because you need to satisfy the self first. But whether it's the good intentions or the bad intentions, like there's always going to be somebody that's like trying to push you in a particular direction, and you have to be mindful of the people that and again, this isn't towards you, but just there are people out there like that to where no matter what you do or what changes you make, you're never going to like satisfy that person cuz they just have something to bitch about. I remember one time somebody called me out on my music and they were like, "Yo, uh oh, if you're so good at sound design, why don't you send me some of your music?" And I did. And you know what they did? They were like, "This sounds like some 2016 shit, you know, something, something, something," like just to shit on it. And I learned that lesson, which I already knew what was coming. I don't even know why I responded to it. But yeah, like some people just want to watch you burn. I know, and that's why I try to make a point that I know that I'm not speaking to you directly. Um, that's you know what I'm saying? Well, it wasn't a traumatic experience. I was just saying like, "Hey, this is what this reminds me of," you know? But you have to be careful about that. And I think that you should always have someone in your corner, you know, with like making particular suggestions and stuff, but there's these things that I call trusted adults that you take it that kind of advice from that kind of from that person for that kind of relationship, you know? And it takes a lot of trust and it takes a lot of time to build stuff like that. But if you're just one of those people that's like trying to satisfy, you know, your chat or whatever, like it can really fuck up your mental. So I tend to be a little bit more protective when people are like, "Hey, you should do this. Hey, you should do that," because I mean, while I think that you have really good intentions, for the most part, people are like, "Yo, um, why are you making oh my god, halftime again? Oh my god, hip hop again?" It's like, yeah, like this is what I do here, you know? I don't think that it's that hard to hit back on your browser in order to start scrolling through something else, to which I appreciate you all choosing to be here. You know what I'm saying? It's all a choice, but yeah, I know, but I I'm just reacting to the sentiment, you know, and I'm telling you why I'm not open to doing that. Yeah, and if I didn't, I would not explain this if I wasn't trying to be friendly about it. Does that make sense? If I wasn't, I would not try to explain where I'm coming from and explain to you why I'm not doing that if I cared or if I didn't care about what the consequence would have been. I would have just been like, fuck that. I'm not doing that shit. But for the conversations that we've had, I'm like, hey, this is why I don't like that, you know? Thanks for the intel. I've been trying to learn and figure out how to use some of my effects more efficiently. Which DAW are you in? That's usually a really the next question. That complainer you talked about is like going to a burger restaurant and complaining they're doing burgers again this week. Basically, that's exactly my point. But they're out there, man. Ugh, phase plan again. Oh my god, I can't believe you're not using serum. Ugh, Bitwig. Fuck, that shit sucks. Why aren't you in Ableton? Ugh, you're in Ableton. Why aren't you in Bitwig? Like it never fucking ends. And you know, it's something to brush off, but I tend to hold space for people that I like talking to and explain that to them, you know, because, well, the internet is a difficult place. Can you play something that I can do? That's a reasonable question. Let's imagine for a moment that we don't know what notes are and what music is. What kind of music would I write in that situation? That would be real music. I mean, unfortunately, I have an answer to that, but I think that your point was meant to be rhetorical. Great electronic producer started with orchestral composer father who hated them doing electronic music. That's not true, man. Like my homie G Space, he's been on the channel. Some of you might know him, Grady. He grew up with like super supportive parents, and he was just somebody that was like a gifted kid in lots of different places of the world. We actually met through tricking and through acrobatic martial arts, and it turned out that he was just fucking on tour all the time. But yeah, if you watch our interview, he's like, "Yeah, man, I got lucky. I had great parents, and they supported everything I did, and I turned out all right." And I'm like, "Fuck yeah, what's that like?" Also, side note, FL users are more chill. I am not about to fuel that fire. I am not about to fuel that fire. But also, look at that little one. The little one is being very cute. And she's probably regretting that she didn't go poop when I took her out. But I told her, I was like, hey, it's your last chance for a few hours. Yeah, I don't know. I think that I have a lot to say about that, but I would prefer to oh shit, that's one that I don't really know that well, to be honest. Um yeah, if you can like set up a bunch of delays, then you'll be able to hear what's going on. Fucking hard way over here. So for example, like let me see if I can get Bitwig to do it. Hello. Okay. Let's go polysynth. I don't know if traction waveform has a limited number of effects, but if you were to do like a delay like this and just set it on 0, okay, so we need like 20. Let me see if this does this. Yeah, it does. So that's one way that you can get that to pretty much phase offset. And then what you can do is make like a small change like this. And that'll kind of give you a lasery sound. But really what a disperser is it's an all pass filter. Could you replicate D16 Sigmund 2 in it? I actually don't know what that is. Is your Connect 4.5 still working? How does it perform with Bitwig? I mean, right now it's chilling. I do still have it. It's chilling over here. And I use it, but there's some kind of software issue. Nonlinear filter. Oh, right, because it introduces the latency. Yeah, that's a good point. But I'm pretty sure that like there's like a. Actually, have you seen? Does Melda have one? This might be the way to go because it doesn't make sense to have that many fucking plugins just for having an all pass filter. But I think that this is free. Or maybe free all pass filter. So there's phase nudge, not disperser. All pass filters. All pass filter. Yeah, I would just try the phase nudge thing. If you have, do you have Serum? Like, because Serum Effects has an all pass filter built into it, I'm pretty sure. So that's kind of weird that this is still. What? All right. Anyway, if you go into this guy, yeah, but he's in a different DAW. Miscellaneous, all passes. If you look at the resonance here, what this is pretty much doing is just taking little bands like this and shifting the phase at these points of time. And so the reason why somebody was suggesting a nonlinear filter is because if you have a few of those, like the way that an EQ works is that it takes whatever region you have and it flips the phase and sends the signal back in. And so when you have a nonlinear or you have a few of those along with like a bunch of these little things like this and you move them all together, that latency is going to introduce that weird phasing sound because it's technically most of the time trying not to provide latency from the phase flipping because it's essentially sending it back into itself, but that takes time. And so it creates essentially a delay. And like, if you know anything about DSP, you'll probably realize that 90% of everything is a fucking delay, which is absolutely incredible. Um, but yeah, no worries. Um, but yeah, try the Air Windows one. That way you can just pull it up as a plugin and not have to worry about actually creating one yourself, because that's actually one of the more complicated processes. Yeah, in regards to Sigmund is what you're doing now. It's a multi-delay plugin, really advanced in tool. I mean, I could look at it. Yeah, the Connect has a problem with my Mac. Like, for one, I can't use Discord with it. Two, there's some kind of like um sample rate issue with it internally, because one of my inputs don't work. It does, but it doesn't. It's really strange, but it's not the hardware. I think that it's a software thing. It's almost like doubling, I would say. And then to that, there's some kind of like phase cancellation that's happening within just that particular instance. But I've figured out a workaround to get that to go off. Okay, let me see what this is. Pre-delay, loop delay. Okay, this is a 4-tap delay with a filter and overdrive. Pre-delay, filter modulation, modulator with an LFO, full dot, feedback. Is that correct? This is a tap delay? Yes, I actually have a video on how to do neurobases on there already. It's also that. Well, what is it primarily? I purchased Serum 2 not long ago and haven't had much time to mess around with it. Okay, then you already have it. So just open up Serum Effects and use the all pass filter on there. That way you don't have to spend any more money. I mean, essentially within Phase Plant, I would probably use something like Snap Heap. And let's just say 4. And you can run them all into serial and just have a delay into each one, but set a specific time for them that you would like to do. And in the midst of that, you can have filtering on each of them as well, or over the whole thing. You know, depending on what else you want, you can run this into a saturator or whatever, but not really too complicated. And then what I would do is set up your modulation, and you can either have it all mapped to a single one, so you can have this go into a single LFO like this. You can route it individually, but the reason why I like to do this is because now that this is attached, I can send this to, let's say, all of these together. Or if I don't want to use an LFO without losing my modulation sources, I can set this to a different modulator like random and do that instead. You know what I mean? But the other thing that you can apply with this, which is a little bit more interesting, is doing other stuff like pitch shifters and offsets. So you could have, say, I don't even know if this is in the ballpark of what that is, but just in regards to tap delays and stuff, you can send stuff in here like this. Let's go like minus 19 or I don't know, something like that, whatever. Just make that be really here. So now this is going to go into this one, it's going to go into this one, it's going to go into that one. And if you wanted to, if you needed like offset or whatever, then you would throw another one in here, except in time mode. and set the feedback to 0. And now you can adjust each of these off of having these be like off time, or to have them be a custom thing of whatever you want. So if you were to send just a sine wave in here, let me back off of the distortion of this just a little bit. You can do something like this. And so it's kind of cool because you can see them all just feeding into each other like that. And you can technically stack these like this way in serial. But I like doing it this way because it's a little bit easier to see what's happening, of like this feeds into this, into this, into this. Hey, Jenny. Oh, you're right, they are. They shouldn't be. Or you can. It doesn't matter. Like, change the routing. Yeah, but that's why Snap Heap is so fucking goated, is because you can have like completely individual effect racks on each one, you know. Yesterday I tried 3 EDO. Like you can do something like this and set this up to like 1/16 or whatever. Have a little bit of release on this. So now, like, once this gets into, let's do it here. It's gonna cut it and have a polyrhythm in theory because of the echoes, or the the echoes along with the transgate. Oh, wrong one. I was like, what? So you can do something like this. This is kind of interesting. Something else that we can do that's interesting is grab an LFO table and a remap, set this through a scale, maybe like minor pentatonic, set this into the remap here, set this into this way, 24. So we can grab this and set this to 12, plus and minus. Actually, rather than do that, let's just use an LFO and set that into this one. And then we can use the stepper here to create a melody out of this. Set this to be really slow. Nice. All right. Give me just 1 second. Let me fix this. There we go. Let me turn this up. It's pretty fucking cool. I think F words and stuff are okay, but context and themes is where I draw the line. I mean, I don't know. I made something cool. Like, does it really matter after that? Also, I took one look at the plugins interface and was like, okay, well, I see this, I see this, I see this. Let's just do that. Yeah, it was an early stream today. Like I said, just making stuff. think I have a sound named this. I don't remember if I saved it or not. Guess not. Guess we'll just have to make it. Oh, I'm aware. But it's only happening in certain instances when the resonances are stacking. To be honest with you, I'm really not worried about whether or not it's clipping either. I'm just harmonizing and listening to a loop and having a good time with it. I think I might want this to be a little bit slower, like a... There we go. Thanks. It's fine. Okay, let's see if we can make something cool out of it. I'm looking for something that doesn't have as many steps. Yeah, something like this, maybe. So what I'm doing now is I'm about to make everything really slow, but set it to where stuff is about to begin toggling on and off. So that way not everything is playing at the same time, and it should open up some spaces and also solve the issue for the clipping, because what's happening is there's too many sounds that are occupying the same frequency range that it's pushing the gain of that up too large. Yeah, I could see myself doing like a break to this or something. Oh, I don't have to do that. I forgot I can just do this. There we go. Still clipping. We're gonna do a random here. Two of them. We'll set this to 40%. Hey, Will, what's up, dude? Please don't call me that. Master. I like that better. Yeah, save room or something, you know. Yeah, something like that I think would be good. Being good. She's got lots of snacks. Corey and I were actually trying to figure out what we wanted to get her for Christmas. We can't, like, I say that we got her a lot of snacks, but we didn't actually, because she's got such a sensitive stomach. Like, everything gives her diarrhea. And it's just like, fuck, God, all right, like everything. And it's like, shit, literally. Yeah, it sucks. So we have to be really careful about like what we give her. Is this correct? Yeah, it's correct. It's just that this thing is way too big. Well, that's the other thing too, is that she doesn't like other dogs. But she does have a lot of toys, and she actually plays with like all of them, which is really cool. Um when we first got her, like she didn't even know how to play tug of war, and I had to teach her. And it's cool that I got like that experience, but it was also really sad that, you know what I mean, that she didn't know how to do that. So remember when I was talking about saying that rolling sampler is the goat? It was like the end game of sampling. This is why. Because I've got all this cool shit, and it's already there, and it's already saved in a folder. Second loop is just what we needed. Okay, I'll be the judge of that. Thank you. You know what this reminds me of? Have you all played Crosscode? Getting LASIK tomorrow? Oh shit. Yeah, let me know how it goes. Best of luck. Yeah, we're just building the vibe right now. Percussion for ants.
Recording to logbook.
Actually, I think I want curves. Trying to think about. Probably something like that. But turn it way down. Actually, what I should do is open up Superior Drummer and just do that. But I'm thinking I might actually have something that might fit this bill. Maybe not. Maybe I will bring back life and just pull some stuff out of that. Ideally, I'd want like snare drum rolls and stuff, but we'll find some other stuff. That's nice. That's also pretty nice. All right, let's find a kick. Sorry, guys, I don't feel like making drums right now. That'll probably work if we make it short. And then what we'll do is we're going to take this and we're going to make a break. I guess that sub is like right here. So we really don't, for this particular kind of thing, we really don't want that. Wrong one. No. Bruh. Oh my god. God damn it. Ah! Ah! Fuck. There we go. Jesus, man. No, this is 8, I think. And this is totally something different than what I feel like he would make. Well, he can make anything, but I actually really like this fill, but I don't want to do it there. Well, not exactly. Yes and no. this needs to be hitting here. Oops.
Recording to logbook.
Yo, thank you for the follow. God, all this is so fucking cheesy. I don't like any of these melodies. I'd like it to go into something a little bit of a darker tone to make it a little bit more of an emotional tune. So yeah. Don't you just love when you fuck that up? Yeah, something like that. Although I want this to be a lot meaner. It's a really nice melody, though. Whoa, what the fuck? I really want this to be like, yeah. But even more fucked up. Yeah, it's not biting as hard as I want it to. More of a timbrel thing that I'm looking for. Yeah, this is closer. This needs more distortion. I think it would be better if I just filter this myself, but whatever, it's a nice little placeholder. But yeah, we were looking for that brassy, like... You can also do like a pitch shifter. Like this, and then that'll give us a little bit more grit as well. then have another filter that's kind of soft. That's cool too. Sorry, I tried to manage that. Fuck, what is... Oh man, I didn't mean to record all of that. I didn't mean to record that. That was like 20 minutes. There. See, that sounds... I knew there was another one there. Okay, we don't want to use that same trick twice. Remember when I said I don't like working in MIDI? This is why. God damn it. It's fucking clunky as fuck. Why does this keep turning off? I'm not even worried about like arrangement right now. I'm just like making sounds to go with everything. if that makes sense. That's more of the sound I'm looking for, but maybe a little bit softer. Yeah, I know. Lots of people today. Yeah, thanks for coming in, dude. It still sounds off to me. Are you are you telling me to chill because I keep adding instruments? I mean, he's fine. He's just I think for the most part we're just vibing. Shaper table. Let's grab a slice EQ. Let's make some formants. Undo. See if it would be interesting to make some morphing sounds to this. Maybe use like 2 different ones. Just do this on every other one. It's kind of hypnotic, huh? Let's do another one where we're kind of shifting this. Yeah, we're just chilling, man. Yeah, it's pretty close to what I want, but I would like a little bit more sizzle on top in certain cases. So let's see if we can add a little bit more. Yeah, it's still not quite what I'm looking for. Oh, excuse me. See if I can fix this with EQ. Oh, that's pretty cool, man. I wish that it would rain out here. We out here. What's up, dude? Yeah, I still wanted to have like the womp type sound, and that's not, I'm not really finding that. That's why I keep fucking with this, sorry. It's giving me cool sounds, but excuse me. Yeah, I mean, if it suits you, for sure. I can hear it though. It's really all having to do with the filtering setup. So just getting the right filter interaction is like half the battle. See, now it's starting to come around, but I'm almost curious if I want a band pass. Can I explain what I hear? I'm listening for the low mids, the and all of that stuff. What I might even try is just a band pass on the mids here. This might be the way to go. This might be the answer. Like, yeah, did you hear that? That was one of the sounds I'm looking for. Actually, I think that if I were to just filter that, that would be what I'm looking for. So I just wanted a sound in here for when I start doing shit like this. And I can just fill it in with cool little sounds, you know. It'll just be for like some fills and stuff, but I mean, most likely I'll end up abandoning this project anyways, but yeah. Does anybody have any questions about anything? I just wanted to sketch an idea, I guess, after all that sound design. No, stop. I don't like these. No, stop. Stop. well, we'll just have to remember it and watch the vibe on the VOD. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's a little bit to, you know, or some cool stuff to play with. Do 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 do. Let me just duplicate all of this. Move this out of the way. Could be a little sketchy sketch. Totally agree with Pila. Please don't abandon this because it has a lot of potential. Yeah, if I think about what I want to do with it, then maybe, but, you know, this might be a project that I carry into 2026 or something, you know. Probably save this before shit crashes. Probably just have a section without drums. I have a section with drums, and I could bounce it out and just listen to it for a bit, but Yeah, like the thing with this is that I would have to bounce this out later and get the audio in and have something that's more consistent. So that's why this is just a sketch. It's the same thing that I did with the last IDM tune that I wrote. Right, but just kind of sketching out all the different parts. Yeah, it's nice. Dope. Well, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. We had a really long stream, but I'm pretty fried now. I was trying to just stay alive as long as possible just because of how little sleep I got and like not fall back asleep. But I can tell that I'm fading fast and I need to like eat something or go get up and work out or something. But it was a cool little try, cool little idea. We did a lot of sound design. No, I can't yet. It's only 3:30 in the afternoon, but it feels late as fuck. Um, I'm like, oh god, oh god. So yeah. And if I take a nap, I'm gonna sleep through the rest of the night and wake up at fucking 4 a.m. again and be like in the same position that I don't want to be in. So yeah. But yeah, guys, I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me complain on stream. Thanks for hanging with me while we do sound design. This is what we do. So be sure to come back on Friday when we can just go and kick it. No, that's the thing. I can't do power naps. I tried. If I power nap, I'm going to be out. But much love, guys. Have a great rest of your week. I'll see you on the weekend, rather. And we'll do some more of this stuff. And maybe I'll open up this project again someday. Bye. Goodbye. Alckemy.com.